Welcome to Sweet Dreams Storytelling, where we unwind, relax, and drift into dreamland. I'm your host Mike, and I'm so glad you're joining me tonight. Let's get cozy and settle in. Story for this evening is our adaptation of a beautiful novel by Frank Baum, The Tin Woodman of Oz. Chapter 1. The Kind Heart of the Tin Woodman. In a faraway corner of a magical land called Oz, where the grass sparkled with emerald dew and butterflies hummed tunes only flowers could hear, there stood a shiny silver castle gleaming in the golden sun. This castle was unlike any other. Its towers were polished so brightly that birds often mistook them for lakes and tried to land on them. Wind chimes made from silver spoons jingled softly in the breeze, and at night, tiny lanterns shaped like stars lit the walkways with a peaceful glow. This beautiful castle was home to a most unusual and gentle-hearted ruler, the Tin Woodman. His name was Nick Chopper, though most folks just called him the Tin Woodman. He wasn't made of skin or bone like you and me. No, every part of him was carefully crafted from smooth, shining tin. His arms and legs moved with little clicks and clinks, and when he walked through the castle halls, the sound of his footsteps echoed like a lullaby made of rain. But what made the Tin Woodman truly special wasn't his silver body or his bright round hat, it was his heart. You see, long ago, the Tin Woodman had been an ordinary woodcutter made of flesh and blood. He had strong hands and a kind smile, and he loved to sing as he chopped trees in the forest. But fate, as it often does in Oz, played a trick on him. A wicked witch, angry and spiteful, enchanted his axe so that it would chop not just wood, but parts of Nick himself. One by one, his arms, legs, and even his head were replaced with pieces of tin made by a clever tinsmith. In the end, Nick was no longer made of anything soft or warm, but of cool, polished metal. And though his body was changed, his spirit remained just as gentle as ever. There was only one problem: he had no heart. And so, when he met the great Wizard of Oz many years ago, the Tin Woodman asked for only one thing: a heart to help him love again. The wizard granted his wish, and from that day on, Nick Chopper became known not just as a Tin Woodman, but as the kindest ruler in all the Winky Country. Each morning, the Tin Woodman would stand at his silver window and wave to the farmers below. He always remembered birthdays and sent small metal flowers that never wilted. His subjects loved him dearly, for he ruled not with power, but with kindness. He never shouted, he never grew angry, and he always listened, especially to children. He spent his days polishing his chest until it gleamed, helping his people with whatever they needed, and thinking about how lucky he was to have such good friends, like the Scarecrow, the Cowardly Lion, and Dorothy, who had all journeyed together so long ago. Yet, sometimes, when the stars twinkled and the castle grew quiet, the Tin Woodman would sit alone in his garden of silver roses and think about the days before he had become tin. He wondered if there were any pieces of his old life still out there in the wide, enchanted world. Little did he know that the winds of change were stirring in the east, and a question was coming that would send him on one more marvelous adventure, an adventure that would take him back into his own forgotten past and forward into the heart of something unexpected. But for now, the Tin Woodman closed his eyes, listened to the hush of the wind in the trees, and felt his heart tick softly inside his silver chest. He was content. Chapter 2. A Curious Visitor. The next morning, as sunlight streamed through the silver-framed windows of the castle and birds chirped cheerful greetings to the day, the Tin Woodman stood on the balcony, oiling his elbows. He always did this in the morning to keep from creaking. A polished silver can rested nearby, filled with a gentle oil that smelled faintly of lavender and clover, his favorite scent. It was a peaceful morning, like so many others in the Winky Country. The fields glistened, and the trees swayed with lazy contentment. But just beyond the castle gates, a small figure trudged up the path, his boots dusty and his pack bouncing with every step. His name was Woot the Wanderer. Woot was a young boy with curious eyes and wild, wind-blown hair. He had no particular home. Oz was his home. He liked to explore new places, make new friends, and ask many, many questions. He had heard stories told around fires in Munchkin villages about the legendary Tin Woodman. Some said he was made entirely of silver, Others said he was once a real man turned by magic. Some stories said he had no heart at all, and others claimed he had the kindest heart in the whole world. Woot wanted to find out for himself. As he arrived at the gate, he looked up, way up, at the castle walls. He shaded his eyes and called out, "Hello there. I've walked a long way. May I come in?" From the balcony above, the Tin Woodman turned and peered down. "A traveler," he said aloud, pleasantly surprised. He clicked his fingers together, signaling his mechanical gatekeeper, a small brass owl with whirring wings. "Let him in," the Tin Woodman said kindly. "A guest is always welcome." The great gates opened with a slow creak, and Woot stepped inside, blinking at the shine of the silver stones beneath his feet. He had never seen anything quite so polished. The floor reflected his face like a mirror. Soon, he was sitting in a grand, cozy room, sipping warm honeyberry tea from a tiny golden cup. The Tin Woodman sat across from him, not drinking, he didn't need to, but smiling gently as Woot eagerly spoke. "I've heard so many stories about you," Woot said, his voice filled with wonder. "Is it true you were once made of flesh and blood?" "Yes," the Tin Woodman replied, his voice soft and musical. "I once was a simple woodcutter, but the world changed me. Magic changed me. And do you like being tin now?" Woot asked. The Tin Woodman looked out the window, watching a cloud drift across the sky. "I do," he said thoughtfully. "It has given me time, and it has given me peace. But," he hesitated for the briefest moment, "there are things I sometimes wonder about." Woot leaned forward, eyes wide. "Like what?" The Tin Woodman's fingers tapped gently on the arm of his chair. "Long ago, before I lost my heart the first time, I loved a girl named Nimia May. She was kind and sweet and laughed like bells in the wind. I was going to marry her until the wicked witch enchanted my axe, and my life changed forever." "What happened to her?" Woot asked, hardly daring to breathe. "I do not know," said the Tin Woodman, his voice barely above a whisper. "I never went back. I meant to, but time passed, and I was made of tin, and then I had no heart. And after I received a new heart from the wizard, I never sought her out." Woot's brow wrinkled. "But don't you wonder where she is now?" The Tin Woodman stood up and walked over to the window. The sun caught his polished chest plate, and for a moment he looked like a star come to life. "Yes," he said, "I do wonder." Then he turned, a quiet determination glinting in his tin eyes. "Perhaps it is time I found out." Woot smiled. He didn't know exactly what they would find, but he knew one thing for sure: he wanted to come along. And so, on that peaceful morning, with the scent of lavender still in the air and silver birds singing overhead, a new journey began. Chapter 3: A Forgotten Promise. That very afternoon, as the sun drifted lazily through the sky and golden beams warmed the tops of the trees, the Tin Woodman called for his traveling cloak and his pearl-handled oil can. Though he never tired or slept, he liked to travel with care, and he believed in always being prepared. Young Woot, the wanderer, watched with growing excitement. His pack was already slung over his shoulders, filled with maps, apples, and a pencil stub for drawing what he saw. He was ready for adventure, especially one with someone as legendary as the Tin Woodman. Before setting off, the Tin Woodman stood beneath the tall, arching doorway of his castle and looked out over the rolling hills of Winky Country. "It's been many years since I traveled these roads," he said. "I wonder if the trees still remember me." "I bet they do," Woot said, grinning. As they started down the silver-cobbled path, Woot glanced up at his companion. "Tell me more about Nimia May," he asked. "What was she like?" The Tin Woodman was quiet for a moment. If he'd had eyelids, he might have closed them. "She was a servant girl," he said at last. "She worked for an old Munchkin woman, a mean old thing who made her scrub and sweep all day. I met her when I was a young woodcutter. I used to chop trees, not far from their cottage." "And you fell in love?" Woot asked. "Yes," the Tin Woodman replied. "It happened gently, like springtime coming through the forest. I would see her through the trees. Sometimes I would carve little wooden animals and leave them on her doorstep." "That's sweet," said Woot, smiling. "She was sweet," said the Tin Woodman. "And strong. She told me once she dreamed of being free, of having her own little house, of being loved. I asked her to marry me, and she said yes. But the woman she worked for didn't want to lose her servant. So she sent for the Wicked Witch of the East. Waders. Woot's eyes widened. That Wicked Witch? The very same, said the Tin Woodman. She cursed my axe. Each time I used it, something terrible happened. First my foot, then my leg. I kept going to the tinsmith, until, piece by piece, I became what you see today. He paused, staring off into the distance, where the road disappeared into a blue haze of far-off hills. By the time I was all tin, I had no heart. I forgot how to love. I forgot Nimiame. But you have a heart now, Woot reminded him softly. I do, said the Tin Woodman, laying a silver hand over the spot on his chest where a heart-shaped ticking clock sat inside. And now I remember. For a while they walked in silence. The path wound through wildflower fields, where butterflies floated lazily in the air and crickets played gentle tunes in the grass. Somewhere overhead, a kite-like bird soared, its wings stretched like sails in the wind. You know, Woot said after a while, it's not too late. She may still be out there. That is why we journey, said the Tin Woodman. To find her and to keep my promise. No matter how long ago it was made, as the sun dipped lower in the sky and shadows began to stretch long across the land, the two travelers made camp beneath a spreading tree with silver bark. Woot laid out a blanket, and the Tin Woodman settled beside him with a quiet clink. Above them, the stars began to wink awake. Do you think she'll still want you? Woot asked gently as he stared up at the sky. I do not know, the Tin Woodman replied honestly. But that's not what matters. What matters is that I tell her how sorry I am and how dearly I remember her. Woot nodded, his eyelids growing heavy. I think she'll be glad to see you. And with that, the wind whispered through the trees, the stars shimmered like tiny lanterns, and the two companions drifted into sleep, one dreaming of tomorrows, and the other listening to the quiet ticking of a heart that had remembered a promise long forgotten. Chapter 4. The journey begins. The morning was gentle and golden, with soft breezes playing among the leaves, and the sky painted in delicate pastels of pink and blue. Woot, the wanderer, stretched beneath the silver-barked tree, yawned, and opened his eyes to find the Tin Woodman already awake and standing motionless nearby, gazing into the forest ahead. Of course, the Tin Woodman never slept, but he did enjoy the quiet moments before daybreak, when the world felt hushed and thoughtful. Good morning, Woot said, rubbing his eyes. Good morning, my friend, the Tin Woodman replied, his voice smooth and silvery. Are you ready to walk a little further? Woot nodded eagerly. Where do we go now? The Tin Woodman looked toward the east, where the sun was beginning to peak above the hills, toward the forests of the Munchkin country. That's where I last saw Nimiame, long, long ago. The two packed up their things, Woot's small satchel and the Tin Woodman's little oil can, which he tucked carefully into a strap on his side, and began walking along a path that curved through meadows, dotted with bluebells and tall dandelions that tickled their legs. As they walked, Woot asked, Have you always traveled alone? The Tin Woodman shook his shiny head. Oh no, I once journeyed with Dorothy, and with the Scarecrow and the Cowardly Lion. We were seeking the wizard, each of us wishing for something. Did you get what you wished for? Woot asked. I did, said the Tin Woodman, patting his chest. The wizard gave me a heart, though it wasn't the kind that beats like yours. Mine is made of velvet and stuffed with sawdust, with a little ticking sound like a clock, but it holds feelings just the same. Woot smiled. Maybe we'll meet some of your old friends along the way. The Tin Woodman turned to him with a glimmer in his round tin eyes. Perhaps we will. In fact, I was just thinking it might be a fine idea to ask the Scarecrow to join us. He always brings good cheer and clever thinking. Where does he live? Woot asked. Not far, the Tin Woodman replied. At the royal palace in the Emerald City, or sometimes in the cornfields, where he feels most at home. He loves to stretch his straw and bask in the sun. The idea excited Woot even more. Then let's go find him. And so, they changed directions slightly and headed down a winding trail lined with willow trees. The wind rustled through their drooping branches like a whispering crowd, and Woot imagined the trees were murmuring secrets to each other as he passed. Along the way, they stopped by a brook, so clear you could see the pebbles winking at the bottom. Woot splashed his face with cool water and offered a cupful to the Tin Woodman. "No need," Nick said kindly, "but thank you just the same." They shared a lunch of bread and cheese, Woot, and oil for the joints, Tin Woodman. Then, as birds began to chirp their afternoon songs, they continued on through the green hills. Late that day, as the sun began to dip once more toward the horizon, they came upon a wide clearing filled with tall stalks of corn. In the very center stood a tall, cheerful figure with a painted smile and bright button eyes. His straw hat was tipped at a jaunty angle, and his blue jacket flapped lightly in the wind. "The Scarecrow!" Woot cried. The Scarecrow turned at the sound and gave a happy little wave. "Tin Man, is that you? And who's this small fellow with all the questions in his eyes?" The Tin Woodman stepped forward and held out his hand. "This is Woot the Wanderer. We are on a journey, and we hoped you might come along." The Scarecrow beamed. "Oh, I'd love to. There's nothing quite as fine as a new adventure, especially one with old friends." And so, with laughter and handshakes, and the setting sun painting everything in gold, the three companions stood together at the edge of the cornfield, ready to walk the winding paths of Oz in search of a forgotten love, an old promise, and whatever surprises the world might send their way. Chapter 5: The Enchanted Giantess. The next morning came with silver mist and soft birdsong. Woot the Wanderer woke first, yawning and stretching beneath a leafy tree, while the Scarecrow stood perfectly still nearby, his straw body needing no rest. The Tin Woodman was already polishing his elbow joints with a soft cloth, making them shine like new. "Where do we go today?" Woot asked, brushing crumbs from his shirt. The Tin Woodman pointed toward the mountains in the distance. "Beyond those hills lies the Gillikin country. If we cross through there, we might find Nimmy or someone who knows where she has gone." "And what do we have to pass through to get there?" asked the Scarecrow, lifting a friendly eyebrow stitched in yarn. The Tin Woodman paused. "A forest, and then the mountains. But we must be careful. I remember hearing tales of an enchanted place along the way, a land ruled by a powerful giantess named Mrs. Yoop." "Is she wicked?" Woot asked, his eyes wide. "Not quite wicked," said the Tin Woodman, "but certainly mischievous and very clever with magic." So, after a breakfast of honey cakes for Woot and a bit of polish for the Tin Woodman, the three companions set off again. They walked through mossy forests where the trees were so tall, they seemed to tickle the clouds. Sunlight streamed through the leaves in patches, turning the ground into a quilt of gold and green. By midday, they reached the foot of the mountains. The trail narrowed, winding up through rocks and flowering vines. At the very top, nestled in a hidden valley, stood a large green house that looked almost like a castle, except that it seemed far too big, as if it had been built for someone taller than any person Woot had ever met. "This must be Mrs. Yoop's house," the Scarecrow whispered. Before they could knock, the heavy front door swung open with a groan, and there, standing in the doorway, was a lady taller than a tree. She wore a gown stitched from peacock feathers and a necklace made of glowing stones. Her hair fell in waves down her back, and though she smiled, there was something glittering in her eyes, something tricky. Well, she said in a smooth voice. "Visitors, and such interesting ones. A tin man, a scarecrow, and a wandering boy. What a delightful surprise." "Good afternoon, madam," said the Tin Woodman, bowing politely. "We are travelers on a journey of the heart. May we pass through your land?" Mrs. Yoop laughed gently, a laugh like wind rustling silk curtains. "Of course you may, but not before you stay for a bit of supper. I do so love company." Woot hesitated. Something about her voice sent a shiver down his spine, but they were tired and it seemed rude to refuse. Inside, the house was enormous. The chairs were as tall as ladders, and the dinner table could have seated an army. Mrs. Yoop served bowls of floating soup and bread that refilled itself. Everything smelled wonderful, and Woot, after a cautious bite, decided it was delicious. But just as they were finishing dessert, tiny cakes that giggled when you bit into them, Mrs. Yoop stood and raised her arms. "You see, I get very lonely up here," she said, "and visitors like you are so rare. I've decided you shall stay with me forever." With a wave of her hand, a cloud of golden sparkles spun through the air. Woot blinked. The Scarecrow gasped, and the Tin Woodman rattled in alarm, but it was too late. With a pop and a fizz, magic wrapped around them like a blanket and changed them. Woot became a green monkey, small and furry, with clever fingers and a twitching tail. The Tin Woodman turned into a round, wide-eyed tin owl with silver feathers and metal wings. And the Scarecrow, with his painted smile frozen in surprise, became a stuffed brown bear, soft but with the same button eyes that still sparkled with intelligence. "There now," said Mrs. Yoop sweetly. "Much better. You'll make perfect pets. And you won't ever want to leave." Woot squeaked in shock. "But we do want to leave." Mrs. Yoop only laughed and floated back into the kitchen, humming to herself. The door closed behind her with a thud. The three enchanted friends looked at one another. The Tin Owl blinked. "This is inconvenient." The Scarecrow Bear tilted his furry head. "At least I'm still stuffed with straw. That's something." "Woot!" the monkey groaned. "How are we going to get out of this?" And though the moon rose bright and clear over the mountain that night, the three friends sat in silence, wondering how to escape the enchanted home of the giantess, who never let visitors leave. Chapter 6: Escaping the Magic. The night was quiet on the mountain, but inside the giant green house of Mrs. Yoop, three very unusual creatures sat in a corner, trying to stay hopeful. Woot the Wanderer, now a small green monkey with nimble fingers and a twitching tail, paced back and forth across the polished floor. The Tin Woodman, turned into a silver-feathered tin owl, blinked his round eyes and tried flapping his new wings. And the Scarecrow, now a fluffy stuffed bear, looked down at his soft paws and let out a long, slow sigh. "Well," said the Scarecrow Bear, "this is rather inconvenient." "We can't stay like this," Woot whispered. "She said we could never leave." The Tin Owl clicked his beak thoughtfully. "She may have said that, but I don't believe in never. There's always some way." "But we can't break her magic," Woot said. "Not unless we have magic of our own." The three sat in silence for a moment, thinking. Outside, the wind rustled the leaves and carried with it the sounds of nighttime whistles from hidden owls, soft rustles from foxes in the grass, and the whispery hush of trees dreaming. Then the Scarecrow Bear sat up straighter. "Wait, what if we don't break the magic, but sneak around it?" Woot tilted his head. "Sneak around it?" "Yes," said the Scarecrow. Mrs. Yoop said, "We can't leave," but maybe she meant we can't walk out the front door. "What if we found another way? A clever way?" The Tin Owl flapped his wings again. "We'll need to explore the house, carefully, quietly." Woot's little monkey eyes lit up. "I can climb. I can slip through small spaces. Maybe I can find an opening somewhere." And so, just before dawn, while the giantess still snored softly in her enormous feather bed, the three enchanted friends began their secret search. Woot climbed up the curtains and peeked behind bookshelves. He squeezed under doorways and darted through cracks in the wall. The Tin Owl flew silently through the halls, scanning each room with glowing silver eyes, and the Scarecrow Bear followed behind, stuffing cushions under doors so they wouldn't creak when they moved. Finally, in the very back of the house, behind a heavy green curtain and past a hallway filled with clocks that all ticked backward, Woot found a little window set high in the wall. It was small, just big enough for a monkey. "Here," he called in a whisper. The Tin Owl swooped in beside him. "Perfect. I can fly through. I can fit too," said the Scarecrow Bear as he waddled in. "I may be fluffy, but I'm still bendy." But there was one problem. The window was locked. Woot bit his lip. Then he remembered his monkey paws, clever and quick. He climbed up to the latch and began to twist and wiggle the lock. It took all his concentration, but after a few clicks, the latch popped open with a soft snick. "Yes," he whispered triumphantly. One by one, they slipped through the window and into the cold, fresh air outside. A gentle wind tugged at their fur and feathers. Below them was a sloping hill covered in dew-dappled grass, leading back to the path through the mountains. "We did it," Woot said, his little tail curling with excitement. But just then, a booming voice echoed from the house. "And who dares leave my hospitality?" Mrs. Yoop had awakened, and she was not pleased. "Run," shouted the Tin Owl, flapping ahead. "Fly, roll, scamper." The three friends fled down the hill, their hearts pounding. Woot scrambled over rocks, the Scarecrow tumbled and bounced, and the Tin Owl flew as fast as his new wings could carry him. Behind them, Mrs. Yoop shouted spells that whirled through the air like cold fog, but her magic fizzled before it could reach them. Her enchantments only worked inside her house. They were free. At last, breathless and winded, they reached the edge of the forest and ducked beneath a canopy of leaves. For a moment, they just sat there, catching their breath and staring at each other. "We may not be ourselves," Woot said, puffing, "but we are still together. And we're still on the journey," said the Scarecrow Bear. The Tin Owl clicked his beak. "And I, for one, don't intend to let feathers stop me from finding Nimmy Amee." Woot giggled. "You look very wise as an owl." The Tin Woodman turned his metal head slightly. "I've always tried to be." And so, with the morning sun rising through the treetops and the air fresh with promise, the three enchanted friends continued their journey through the land of Oz. Still hopeful, still brave, and still bound together by something stronger than magic. Friendship. Chapter 7. Meeting Polychrome. The forest was bright with morning sun, and the dew still clung to the leaves like tiny diamonds. Birds chirped cheerfully in the trees, and somewhere nearby, a brook chuckled as it tumbled over smooth stones. Woot the green monkey scampered through the underbrush, his tiny hands brushing aside ferns and flowers. Behind him waddled the Scarecrow Bear, still fluffy, still smiling, and still shedding bits of straw with every bounce. Above them soared the Tin Owl, gliding silently on silvery wings. They had escaped Mrs. Yoop's enchanted house, but they were still not quite themselves. "We need to find someone who can undo the giantess's magic," Woot said as he leaped over a mossy log. "Someone powerful, someone kind. I believe Glinda the Good could help," said the Tin Owl. "But she lives far to the south." "Then we'll go south," Woot declared, tail flicking with determination. But just then, the Scarecrow Bear stopped and raised a paw. "Wait, do you hear that?" The others paused. There was a sound in the air, soft and light. It was music, high, delicate notes like 1,000 tiny bells ringing in harmony. And beneath the music, a voice was laughing, light as sunlight on water. They looked up. At the top of a hill that rose through the trees like a gentle green wave stood a figure unlike any they had ever seen. She danced. Her dress shimmered with every color of the rainbow, flowing like mist around her feet. Her long golden hair sparkled in the light, and her eyes twinkled like the morning star. As she spun, her feet barely touched the grass, and with every step, petals bloomed beneath her. "It's Polychrome," the Tin Owl whispered in awe. "The daughter of the rainbow." Woot's monkey eyes widened. "Is she real?" "Oh yes," said the Scarecrow Bear softly. "She's as real as wonder itself." They watched her for a moment longer, enchanted by her grace. Then, as if sensing their gaze, Polychrome turned toward them with a bright smile. "Oh, visitors in curious shapes," she called, floating gently down the hillside. A bear with button eyes, an owl made of tin, and a green monkey with clever fingers. "How marvelous!" "We weren't always this way," Woot said quickly. "We were enchanted by a giantess named Mrs. Yoop." Polychrome's smile faded into a look of gentle concern. "Oh dear, Mrs. Yoop does have a reputation for troublesome tricks. But how did you escape?" "We found a window," Woot said, "and used our heads and paws and wings to get out." "Clever," Polychrome said with a nod. "Very clever. Do you know how to undo the spell?" asked the Tin Owl hopefully. Polychrome tilted her head. "I'm afraid not," she said softly. "Though I am magical, I'm not the kind of magic that breaks powerful enchantments. I bring beauty and joy, but I cannot undo wicked spell." The Scarecrow Bear sighed. "Then what can we do?" Polychrome reached out and gently touched his soft paw. "You keep going, keep believing. There is always a way, though it may not be the way you expect." Then she smiled again, brighter than the dawn. "And I shall come with you, for a little while, at least. The skies above are quiet today, and I do love the company of those with hopeful hearts." Woot grinned. "We'd be honored to have you." And so, the companions became four. They walked together beneath the rainbow-streaked sky, an enchanted monkey, a bear of straw, a flying tin owl, and a daughter of light and color. They talked and laughed as they traveled, and every step seemed easier, every worry lighter, with Polychrome beside them. She danced ahead on beams of sunshine and made flowers bloom with her laughter. She told stories of the Rainbow Kingdom, of sky-painting sisters and cloud butterflies, and of the gentle magic that held the world together when people remembered to be kind. That night, as they rested beneath a velvet sky, Polychrome curled beside them like moonlight, humming soft lullabies that melted into the breeze. "Even if we're not ourselves yet," Woot murmured sleepily, "I'm glad we're on this path together." And with a smile from the Scarecrow Bear and a soft hoot from the Tin Owl, the friends closed their eyes, dreaming of rainbows, of courage, and of the magic waiting just beyond the hills. Chapter 8: The Puzzle of the Loons. The morning was bright and clear, with soft clouds drifting like sleepy sheep across a blue sky. Woot the green monkey stretched his arms and yawned, his tail curling behind him like a question mark. Polychrome danced lightly across the grass, leaving shimmering footprints that faded like starlight. Beside them, the Tin Owl polished his feathers with a small scrap of cloth, and the Scarecrow Bear, still as squishy and straw-filled as ever, adjusted his patched scarf and gave a sleepy smile. "Our journey is taking us deeper into Gillikin country," the Tin Owl said thoughtfully. "The lands here are stranger than most." "Strange doesn't scare me," said Woot, hopping ahead on nimble feet. "I find strange rather pleasant," the Scarecrow Bear added cheerfully. Polychrome giggled, spinning a little circle of colored light. "Then you'll certainly enjoy what's coming next." They followed a twisting trail through hills as soft as pillows, covered in fluffy moss and tall grass that swayed like it had secrets to whisper. Soon the trail narrowed into a silvery stone path that wound through a field filled with bright balloons of every shape and size floating just above the ground, tied to the earth by threads so thin they were nearly invisible. "I don't think these are ordinary balloons," Woot said, blinking. He was right. Suddenly, one of the balloons shifted and a face popped out. "Who goes there?" the balloon person called in a squeaky voice. More balloons floated forward, and each one had a cheerful but slightly silly face, with big round eyes and soft rubbery cheeks. Their heads wobbled with every breeze, and when they laughed, it sounded like air escaping from a balloon. "We're travelers," said the Scarecrow Bear politely. "We're on a journey through Oz." "You've entered Loonville," said one balloon-headed person proudly. "And once you're here, you can never leave." "Oh dear," said the Tin Owl. "Never?" Woot asked. "Not unless you bounce over the wall," said another loon, pointing to a tall fence made of soft rubber. It surrounded the entire village like a bouncy castle. "And bouncing's not allowed unless you're a loon." "We'll be happy guests," Polychrome said gently, trying to keep the mood light. "But we do need to be on our way before too long." The loons grinned in unison, their heads bobbing. "Nonsense. Stay forever. We'll fill you with helium and tie you to the sky. Then you'll float with us." Wood backed away a step. "That doesn't sound very fun." "Oh, it's delightful," one of the loons chirped. "No walking, no work, just drifting and dreaming. But we have someone to find," said the Tin Owl, "and a promise to keep." The loons didn't like that. "Oh no, no, no," they said, shaking their balloon heads. "No leaving. Not allowed." And with that, a group of them, gently but firmly, began to bounce the companions toward the center of town. There, they would surely be puffed up and tied down, just like all the other visitors who had ever wandered in. But the companions weren't ready to float away just yet. "We need a plan," whispered Woot, as he ducked behind a balloon tree. "Fast." "I have an idea," said Polychrome, her eyes twinkling, "but we'll have to move quickly." She darted out into the open and began to dance. Not just any dance, but one of her special rainbow dances, full of glittering twirls and colorful sparks. The loons gasped and giggled, drawn to the display. Some clapped, others spun in happy circles. While they were distracted, the Scarecrow Bear climbed up onto the Tin Owl's back, who flapped his wings with all his might. He wobbled, struggled, and then slowly lifted off the ground, just enough to soar over the rubber fence. Woot followed next, bouncing high off a conveniently placed balloon bush, flipping once in the air and landing safely on the other side. Finally, Polychrome gave one last brilliant spin, sending out a wave of rainbow light, and poof, she vanished, reappearing in a shimmer beside her friends outside the wall. The loons cheered behind them, completely unaware that their guests had escaped. "That," Woot said, brushing off his fur, "was much too close, but also very silly." added the Scarecrow Bear with a laugh. I think I liked them, in small doses. Polychrome smiled. Even the silliest puzzles can be solved with a little joy and a little teamwork. And so, with the breeze at their backs and laughter still in their hearts, the four travelers continued their journey through the curious lands of Oz, one step closer to their forgotten promise, and one adventure wiser. Chapter 9. Outwitting the Loons. The path beyond Loonville wound through gentle meadows, quiet groves, and over streams that whispered secrets in the still morning air. The grass was springy beneath their feet, and wildflowers bloomed in splashes of yellow, pink, and blue. You would never guess that just a short while ago Woot the Green Monkey, the Tin Owl, the Scarecrow Bear, and Polychrome the Rainbow's daughter had barely escaped being puffed up and tied to the sky. Those loons were something else, said Woot, hopping from stone to stone as they crossed a brook, friendly in a very strange, floaty kind of way. Kind-hearted but confused, added the Scarecrow Bear, patting the straw that poked from his sleeve. I think they honestly believed they were helping us. They live in a world of balloons and bouncing, said the Tin Owl wisely. Their idea of a perfect life may not match ours, but it seems to make them happy. And happiness, Polychrome said gently, as she twirled through a patch of sunlight, can sometimes look very different from the outside. Woot nodded thoughtfully. Still, I'm glad we got away. And how did we manage that? Asked the Scarecrow Bear with a grin. It felt like one big blur of bouncing and brilliance. It was Polychrome, said the Tin Owl. Her dance distracted the loons just long enough for us to escape. Polychrome gave a modest smile. A rainbow has many colors and many uses. They all laughed, the sound light as feathers on the breeze. It felt good to laugh again. After all the enchantments and narrow escapes, there was comfort in shared joy and sunshine. But even as they enjoyed the quiet, they knew they needed to keep moving. Their journey to find Nimiami and to undo Mrs. Yoop's spell was far from over. As the day wore on, the path grew narrower and a little steeper, winding up into the hills. Woot climbed with ease, leaping from rock to rock, while the Tin Owl glided ahead to scout the trail. The Scarecrow Bear bounced softly as he walked, and Polychrome floated just above the ground, her rainbow skirts swaying in the breeze. Eventually, they paused on a ledge that overlooked the green valleys below. Let's rest here a moment, said the Tin Owl, landing on a low branch. We've earned it. They sat quietly for a while, watching clouds drift across the sky. A butterfly landed on Woot's head, mistaking him for a flower. The Scarecrow Bear hummed a little tune, and Polychrome braided wildflowers into a crown. Then Woot spoke softly. Do you think we'll ever be ourselves again? The question hung in the air. I hope so, said the Scarecrow. But even if we don't, I think we're still us in the ways that matter. The Tin Owl nodded. We still think, we still feel, we still hope. That's more important than appearances. Polychrome smiled gently. Magic may change how you look, but it cannot change who you truly are. That lives in your heart, and your heart, she said, looking at each of them, is still shining bright. That night, they made camp beneath a willow tree, whose branches hung like sleepy curtains. Polychrome spun soft light above them that twinkled like stars, and Woot told stories of his wanderings, of talking animals, invisible fences, and once, a mountain that sneezed. And as they drifted off to sleep, the wind whispered through the trees, carrying a quiet promise. Though the road ahead was long, and their true forms still lost to magic, they were not alone. They had each other. And together, they could outwit giants, escape balloon-headed loons, and cross all the wonders of Oz. Because the strongest magic of all was friendship. Chapter 10. The Tin Soldier. The next morning, golden light poured through the branches of the willow tree where the travelers had rested. Birds sang their morning songs, and the soft breeze carried the scent of lilac and moss. Woot the Green Monkey opened his eyes first, and stretched with a quiet yawn. He sat up and looked around at his companions. The Scarecrow Bear lay peacefully with his straw paws folded. The Tin Owl perched on a branch above, blinking gently in the morning light, and Polychrome shimmered like a rainbow caught in a dream. Another day, Woot whispered, and another piece of the story waiting to be found. After a simple breakfast berries for Woot, oil for the Tin Owl, a few twirls of morning mist for Polychrome, they set off once more through the hills. The path curved gently, leading them into a quiet forest filled with tall, slender trees. The air was cool here, and the light dappled across the ground like golden lace. As they walked, the tin owl tilted his head. "Do you hear that?" The others paused. It was a soft clink, clank, like metal tapping against stone. They crept quietly through the trees until they reached a clearing, and there, standing perfectly still, was a tall figure made entirely of tin, just like the Tin Woodman once had been. He wore a soldier's cap and held a rusted sword in one hand. His face was shaped with care, though a bit worn from time. His arms and legs were jointed with bolts, and his expression was frozen in surprise. "A tin man," Woot said in wonder. "Just like you used to be." The tin owl fluttered down and perched on a log nearby. "This must be Captain Fighter." "Captain who?" asked the Scarecrow Bear. "Captain Fighter," the tin owl explained. "He was also once in love with Nimia May." Woot blinked. "Wait, she loved two tin men?" "Not at the same time," said the tin owl. "But before I was made of tin, I disappeared from her life." So another woodman, Captain Fighter, came along. He too loved her, but he met the same fate as I did. The wicked witch enchanted his sword instead of an axe. Polychrome stepped forward, her voice soft and kind. "So this is another heart caught in the same sad story." Woot approached carefully. "He looks rusted, like he hasn't moved in a long time." "We must help him," said the tin owl. Woot reached into his bag and pulled out the little oil can. He climbed up Captain Fighter's side and gently dribbled oil onto the stiff joints, elbow, knee, shoulder, neck. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a slow creak and a shuddering pop, the tin soldier moved. His eyes blinked, his jaw opened. "Thank the stars," Captain Fighter said in a rusty voice. "I thought I'd never speak again." "You've been standing here a long time," Woot said gently. "Too long," said Fighter. "I came to find Nimia May, just like you, I imagine. But I was caught in the rain one day, and without oil, I rusted solid. That was the end of my search. Until now." The tin owl stepped forward. "I am Nick Chopper, the first Tin Man." Captain Fighter looked at him, startled. "Then, you and I." "Yes," said the tin owl. "We both loved her. We both meant to marry her." There was silence. Then Fighter smiled. "Just a little. A strange thing, isn't it? That two tin men could share a heart once given to a single girl." The Scarecrow Bear nodded. "It seems her love was strong enough to be remembered by both of you across all these years." Polychrome stepped between them, her presence like soft light on still water. "But now comes the question. What will you do next?" Captain Fighter stood tall, his tin chest gleaming faintly in the dappled light. "I will go with you," he said. "Whatever she chooses, I wish to see her happy. And I wish to be whole again, if it's still possible." And so, the companions became 5. Together they stepped back onto the forest path, their footsteps clicking, padding and fluttering as they walked. The breeze stirred the leaves, and the light around Polychrome shimmered softly as they moved onward. Woot looked around at his strange and loyal friends. A monkey, a bear, 2 tin men, and a girl of rainbow light. "Do you think Nimia May will be surprised?" he asked with a grin. The tin owl chuckled. "I think we'll all be surprised before this journey is done." And as the sun dipped lower in the sky, they marched forward, bound not just by enchantment, but by the quiet bravery of those who choose to finish what they've started, no matter how strange the road may become. Chapter 11, A Shared Past. Evening fell slowly over the forest as the 5 companions walked side by side along the mossy trail. Each of them quiet in their thoughts, each step bringing them closer to Nimia May. Woot the green monkey swung from branch to branch, scouting ahead. Below, the tin owl glided beside Captain Fighter, who walked with a slight creak in his newly oiled joints. The Scarecrow Bear bounced softly over roots and stones, and Polychrome floated gently along, casting rainbow reflections over the trees. The forest around them glowed with golden light. Fireflies blinked on like tiny lanterns, and the leaves rustled like soft lullabies. It was the kind of evening where secrets felt safe to speak, and hearts were brave enough to open. "I've been thinking," Woot said from a low-hanging branch. "It's strange, both of you, Nick and Fighter, loved the same girl, and now, here you are, walking the same road to find her." The tin owl nodded. It is strange, and not easy. Captain Fighter gave a small, tinny sigh. When I first realized who you were, I'll admit, I felt something like jealousy. I thought, this is the man she loved before me, the one she truly wanted. And I, said the Tin Owl, wondered the same of you. Perhaps she had moved on. Perhaps I was a forgotten memory. The Scarecrow Bear shuffled closer. But love isn't something you can compare like shiny buttons. It changes shape. It grows, or it fades, or it waits. Polychrome smiled softly. Or sometimes it turns into something entirely unexpected. They paused at a clearing where a silver pool reflected the stars above. The companions gathered by the water's edge. Woot scooped a drink with his paws and the Scarecrow Bear dipped his feet in with a happy sigh. Captain Fighter looked across the pool at the Tin Owl. Do you ever wonder if she'll choose one of us? The Tin Owl tilted his head. I wonder, yes, but I don't worry. If her heart is happy, then I will be too. That's what love is. It's not just about being chosen. It's about choosing to care, no matter what. Captain Fighter smiled, and something gentle passed between them, like the quiet understanding of old soldiers who had marched the same paths in different boots. We were both hurt, Fighter said, both changed by the witch's magic, both made into tin, and both left behind. But now, said the Tin Owl, we are not left behind. We are moving forward, together. And this time, said Polychrome, her voice a whisper of wind and starlight, you will not forget her. You will not be stopped. You carry not just hearts of tin, but hearts of courage. The stars above shimmered a little brighter. That night, they camped beneath the open sky. Polychrome danced a slow, graceful circle, and a curtain of rainbow light wrapped around their resting place like a protective hug. The forest grew hushed. The only sounds were the breeze in the trees, the ticking of the Tin Owl's heart, and the soft breathing of dreams. As they lay in quiet, Woot curled beside the Scarecrow Bear and looked up at the stars. Do you think she'll be happy to see you? The Tin Owl answered gently. I hope so, Captain Fighter added. I hope she remembers. And Polychrome, as she faded into sleep, whispered, sometimes the past must be found, so that it can be forgiven. And with that, the companions slept beneath the watchful sky, carrying with them not just the weight of old love, but the strength of new friendship. Chapter 12. The Forest of Fighting Trees. The morning air was crisp and quiet as the five companions resumed their journey. Dew sparkled on the leaves, birds chirped softly overhead, and a sense of calm filled the forest. At first, Woot the green monkey swung playfully from vine to vine, his tail curling behind him like a cheerful ribbon. The Scarecrow Bear shuffled beside Captain Fighter, whose metal feet clicked with each step. The Tin Owl flew ahead, watching the road. Polychrome glided like a wisp of mist just above the ground, her rainbow aura shimmering gently in the morning light. We are getting close, said the Tin Owl. I remember this forest. It lies just before the mountains near where Nimyame once lived. It's beautiful, Woot said, gazing up at the tall trees. Their trunks were thick and smooth, their leaves bright green and rustling high above. Quiet, too. Too quiet, said the Scarecrow Bear, tilting his head. The deeper they went, the more still the forest became. No birds sang, no squirrels scurried. The wind no longer moved the leaves. The silence wasn't peaceful anymore. It was watching. Be careful, warned the Tin Owl. This is the forest of fighting trees. Woot blinked. Fighting trees? Before anyone could answer, the forest did. Suddenly, a massive tree beside the path creaked and moved. Its bark twisted like muscles, and thick branches stretched out like arms. With a groan and a snap, the tree reached out one long branch and swung it toward the path, right where Woot had just been standing. Jump, shouted Captain Fighter. Woot leapt back just in time, his monkey tail flipping in the air. It's true, he gasped. The trees are alive. They don't like visitors, said the Tin Owl, flapping higher. They protect the forest, and they won't let anyone pass unless we find a way to outsmart them. The trees were waking up all around them now. Trunks turned, branches bent, leaves rustled angrily, and roots curled out of the ground like snakes. We can't fight them, said Polychrome gently. Not with force, but perhaps with kindness. The Scarecrow Bear nodded. Let me try. He stepped forward slowly, carefully, and faced the largest tree on the path. Good morning, dear tree, he said in his soft, straw-stuffed voice. We're only passing through. We mean no harm. We seek a friend, someone we once cared for, and who may still be waiting for us. The tree's massive branches paused mid-swing. Please, Polychrome added, stepping forward with light trailing behind her like perfume. Let us through, not as intruders, but as travelers of peace. The forest rustled. The trees whispered to one another in groaning wooden voices, their leaves shivering like silver rain. Then, as suddenly as they had stirred, the branches lowered. The trunks relaxed, the roots withdrew into the ground. The trees had listened. The path ahead opened like a curtain drawn aside. They let us pass, Woot breathed. Sometimes, said the Tin Owl, a kind word is mightier than an axe. Captain Fighter placed a tin hand on the Scarecrow Bear's shoulder. That was brave. I'm stuffed with straw, said the Scarecrow with a grin. But I'm full of heart. They walked carefully through the forest, the trees now watching, not with anger, but curiosity. As they passed, branches bowed slightly, as if giving a quiet nod of respect. At the edge of the forest, the trees stood tall and still once more, returning to their silent vigil. Beyond them lay a winding road and a stretch of grassy hills, and far in the distance, nestled at the base of a low mountain, a small cottage could just barely be seen. That's it, said the Tin Owl. That's where Nimmy Amay once lived. Woot's heart thumped. We're almost there. Polychrome looked toward the cottage, her eyes soft. Are you ready? No, said Captain Fighter with a small smile. But we're going anyway. And so, with hearts full of questions, memories, and hope, the 5 companions stepped out of the forest of fighting trees and toward the place where the past waited to be found. Chapter 13, Nimmy Amay's Decision. The 5 companions walked slowly down the winding path that led toward the little cottage in the hills. The air was still, and the grass whispered beneath their feet. A soft breeze drifted by, carrying the scent of blooming clover and something else, something warm and familiar, like fresh baked bread and morning sun. Woot the green monkey clung to a low tree branch and peered ahead. There it is, he whispered. Nimmy Amay's house. The cottage was small and tidy, with blue shutters and a red roof. A neat garden grew out front, filled with tomatoes, herbs, and flowers in cheerful rows. A clothesline swayed gently in the wind, and smoke rose in a thin ribbon from the chimney. It looked like home. The Tin Owl landed quietly beside Captain Fighter. The 2 tin men stood still, side by side, gazing at the place they had each once dreamed of living in, with Nimmy Amay by their side. I never thought I'd see it again, the Tin Owl said softly. Nor I, replied Fighter. Polychrome stepped between them, her voice light and full of care. No matter what happens next, you've already done something brave. You came. The Scarecrow Bear gave a gentle nudge with his straw-stuffed paw. Let's not keep her waiting. They walked together toward the door. Woot reached out and knocked 3 times firm, friendly knocks. For a moment, there was only silence. Then the door creaked open. Standing there, dressed in a simple blue dress with her hands dusted in flour, was a Munchkin woman. Her hair was tied back, her eyes were kind, and when she saw the group gathered on her doorstep, her eyebrows lifted in surprise. Oh, she said, visitors. Her eyes paused on the 2 tin men, on their gleaming metal arms, their carefully jointed limbs, and their round, steady eyes. Then slowly, she smiled. Nimmy Amay, said the Tin Owl. It's me, Nick Chopper. And I am Captain Fighter, said the other. We both came back. Nimmy Amay stepped outside and looked from one to the other. Nick, Fighter. Her voice was soft, surprised, and touched by something deeper. It's really you, both of you. They nodded. We came to find you, said Nick. After all these years, we remembered. We hoped, added Fighter, that maybe you were still waiting. She looked at them both, her expression full of emotion, memories rising like gentle waves in her heart. Then she looked at the others, a green monkey, a rainbow girl, and a soft smiling bear, made of straw. Woot stepped forward. They've come a long way, just to know how you are, and maybe to ask what you want. Nimmy Amay didn't speak right away. Instead, she smiled softly and gestured for them all to come in. "Let's have tea," she said. "There's much to talk about." Inside the cottage, the kitchen was warm and bright. A kettle whistled gently on the stove, and soon they were gathered around a wooden table, sipping sweet mint tea from little blue cups. A plate of warm biscuits sat in the center. "I wondered if I would ever see you again," Nimiame said, "but I moved on. I had to. You both disappeared, and my life changed. I couldn't wait forever." "We understand," Nick said gently. Captain Fighter lowered his head. "We only wanted to know if you were happy." "I am," she said. "I've made a life for myself here. It's quiet and simple and mine. And I've found someone." The room grew still. Nimiame stood and opened a small door to another room. "Come in, Chopfate." The door creaked, and in stepped the strangest figure of all. Part tin, part flesh, with mismatched arms and legs, and a kindly, confused look in his eyes. "I call him Chopfate," she said softly. "He was made from pieces scraps from both of you. A tinsmith in town built him. He's gentle, he helps in the garden, and he's never left me." The tin owl blinked. Captain Fighter shifted in his chair. Woot looked from one face to another. "So, you won't be choosing one of them?" Nimiame smiled gently. "I've already chosen, not because I love Chopfit more, but because he stayed. Because this is my life now, and I'm at peace with it." There was no anger, no sorrow, only a quiet truth, spoken kindly. Nick Chopper and Captain Fighter sat still for a long moment. Then slowly, "Thank you," said the Tin Owl. "For your honesty," added Fighter. Nimiame rose and hugged each of them, her arms gentle around the metal frames. "You came back. That means something. It always will." As the sun dipped low in the sky, the companions said goodbye and stepped once more onto the path that led away from the past. Polychrome caught Woot's eye and smiled. "Sometimes the heart finds closure not in winning, but in understanding." Woot nodded. "And knowing she's happy is better than anything we could have asked for." The Tin Owl and Captain Fighter walked side by side, not as rivals, but as friends. Two hearts of tin, strengthened by a journey that had led not to love one, but to love respected. And as the cottage disappeared behind them, the road ahead glowed softly in the light of evening, ready to carry them forward once more. Chapter 14. No More Regrets. The sun was beginning to sink behind the hills, painting the sky in shades of peach and lavender. A golden hush had settled over the land as the five companions walked slowly away from Nimiame's cottage. No one spoke for a while. The Tin Owl flew low and silent, his silvery wings barely rustling the air. Captain Fighter walked beside the Scarecrow Bear, who watched his friends with quiet concern. Woot the Green Monkey trailed behind a few steps, thoughtful and still. Even Polychrome, who often danced through the light, moved gently now, like a breeze, more than a beam of color. It had not ended as they expected. There had been no grand reunion, no joyful embrace from Nimiame, no choosing between suitors, but there had been peace. And peace, they were realizing, was a different kind of happy ending. After a long while, Captain Fighter was the first to speak. "I thought I'd feel angry," he said, his voice soft and metallic, "or sad, or hollow, but I don't. I thought I might rust with disappointment," the Tin Owl replied, "but I feel lighter somehow. She's safe," Fighter said. "She's content," said Nick. "That's all we ever wanted for her," Fighter finished. Woot scampered up beside them. "You didn't win her heart, but you kept your promise. You went back. You gave her the chance to choose." The Tin Owl gave a gentle hoot. "And she did. That takes courage too." The Scarecrow Bear, always thoughtful despite his fluff-filled head, nodded slowly. "You know, it seems to me you both were trying to hold on to a memory. But people grow, so do hearts, and sometimes letting go is what makes the heart stronger." Polychrome smiled, her eyes bright as moonlight. "Love that endures, even when it is not returned, is still love. You honored it, and now you are free." Captain Fighter turned toward the Tin Owl and held out his hand. Nick Chopper took it. There was no bitterness, no rivalry, just mutual respect. Tin fingers met tin fingers, and in that quiet handshake, the weight of the past gently settled and fell away. "I don't know what comes next," Fighter said. But I think I'd like to find a place of my own, a place like hers. Maybe something quiet. I've seen enough adventure to last a while. I'll visit, said the Tin Owl. And I'll bring Woot, added the Scarecrow Bear. I'll bring the sky, Polychrome whispered. They laughed softly. Real laughter, the kind that comes after a long breath of relief. As they crested a hill, they turned one last time to look back at the little red-roofed cottage in the valley. A curl of smoke still rose from the chimney. Nimiame and Chopfit were likely eating supper by now, sharing stories of the garden or the weather. Nothing dramatic, nothing magical, just life. And that was enough. They camped that night in a grove of golden-leafed trees. Polychrome made a blanket of light and laid it across the grass. Woot roasted chestnuts on a tiny fire, and the Tin Owl perched on a branch above, telling stories of his journey with Dorothy, of the Emerald City, and of the time he first received his heart. I was afraid of it at first, he said. I didn't know what it would make me feel. And now? Woot asked. Now, said the Tin Owl, I know that a heart doesn't need to hold on to everything. It just needs to keep beating. Captain Fighter lay back against a tree. I think I'll build a garden, he said dreamily, with winding paths and a bench beneath a tree, maybe a swing. You'll need a tin watering can, Woot teased. I have just the one, Fighter replied. That night, as the moon sailed high and the fire crackled low, each of them felt something they hadn't in a long while. Stillness inside. Not the kind that came from being frozen by rust or bound by spells, but the kind that comes when a story finds its close, and a new chapter waits just beyond the turning of the page. And in the heart of the Tin Woodman, ticking softly in the quiet dark, there was no more regret, only gratitude for the journey. Chapter 15, A Wish for Home. Morning sunlight filtered through the golden leaves above, casting dappled patterns over the clearing where the companions had slept. The fire was out. The night's stories had faded into dreams, and the air smelled of wild flowers and fresh beginnings. Polychrome, the rainbow's daughter, stood on a small rise, her arms lifted to the pale blue sky. Her shimmering dress fluttered like mist in the breeze, and her eyes searched the horizon with a soft, wistful glow. Woot the green monkey was the first to notice. He scampered up beside her and tilted his head. Looking for something, he asked gently. Polychrome smiled, but there was a faraway look in her eyes. I'm listening for the rainbow. Woot blinked. The rainbow speaks? In its own way, she said. It sings in light. It dances in curves. When I hear its call, it means it's time for me to go home. Woot looked down the hill to where the Tin Owl and Captain Fighter were quietly preparing breakfast, and the Scarecrow Bear was fluffing his straw with sleepy care. You're leaving? Woot asked softly. Soon, she said. I was meant to travel only a little while. The skies will need me back, but I wanted to stay until you were at peace. You helped us, said Woot, more than you know. And you reminded me, said Polychrome, that even hearts weighed down by rust or regret can rise again. She floated down to join the others, where a breakfast of roasted nuts, warm bread, and polished oil was being shared. The mood was quiet, but calm. I think I'm ready to find a forest of my own, Captain Fighter said. Somewhere still, somewhere simple. I'll return to my castle, said the Tin Owl. Perhaps not as the man I was, but more myself than I've ever been. And me, said the Scarecrow Bear, scratching his fluffy chin. I think I'll wander with Woot for a while. Someone has to ask the important questions, like why flowers grow toward the sun, or how clouds know when to rain. Woot grinned. We'll make an excellent pair. And what about your forms? Asked Polychrome gently. You are still changed by Mrs. Yoop's spell. The Tin Owl nodded. It's true, but we've learned we don't need to be in a hurry. Our shapes may be strange, but our spirits are whole. Even magic can't take that from us, Fighter said with a small smile. Just then, a breeze stirred the trees, and with it came a shimmer in the air, a delicate ripple of light. Polychrome turned her head toward the sky. Her smile deepened. I hear it, she said. The others looked up. A soft glow arched across the sky. A rainbow, faint but rising. Its colors shimmered like spun glass, and it stretched from horizon to horizon in a graceful bow. My sisters are calling, she whispered. It's time. Woot's tail drooped. Will we see you again? Polychrome stepped forward and gently touched his shoulder, her fingers cool and soft as morning fog. Rainbows come and go, little one. But the sky never forgets. She turned to the Tin Owl and Captain Fighter, giving each a gentle bow. You walked into the past, she said, and left it with grace. Now walk into your future with lightness. Then she stepped away, twirled once, and rose into the air. Her feet lifted off the grass, her skirts trailing ribbons of color behind her. Higher and higher she went, her laughter ringing like wind chimes, until she vanished into the arch of the rainbow, becoming part of the sky once more. The clearing was quiet again. She was never quite of this world, the Scarecrow Bear said. No, the Tin Owl agreed, but I'm glad she touched ours. They stood together, eyes still on the place where the colors had faded, feeling something warm inside, something like hope, or joy, or the beginning of something new. And somewhere far above, in a sky bright with sunlight and memory, the rainbow danced on. Chapter 16, Back Where They Belong. The rainbow had faded from the sky, but the warmth of Polychrome's farewell lingered in the hearts of the companions. Woot the green monkey sat quietly on a stone, watching the wind rustle through the tall grass. The Scarecrow Bear lay on his back nearby, staring up at the clouds, guessing their shapes. Captain Fighter leaned against a tree, tapping a slow rhythm on his tin knee, and the Tin Owl perched above them all, watching the path ahead. We've come so far, said Woot softly. And we've changed, added Fighter, in more ways than one. The Tin Owl hooted in agreement. And now we must decide where to go next. As they spoke, a shimmering light appeared on the horizon, soft at first, then glowing brighter, like a golden ripple through the air. From that light stepped a tall, graceful figure in a flowing red gown, her crown glowing like a quiet flame. Glinda, whispered the Scarecrow Bear. It was Glinda the Good, the most powerful and kind-hearted sorceress in all of Oz. She approached without a sound, a smile as warm as a sunrise. I've been watching your journey, she said. You've shown courage, kindness, and wisdom. And most of all, you've shown you understand that the heart cannot be shaped by magic. It must be shaped by choice. Woot stood and bowed low. We didn't come looking for magic anymore, he said. But we wouldn't mind a little help. Glinda turned to each of them in turn. You were changed by enchantment, she said. But you've proven that your true selves were never lost. And now, if you wish it, I can restore you. The Scarecrow Bear nodded eagerly. Yes, please. I love being stuffed with straw, but I miss my old arms and legs. And I'd like my thumbs back, Woot said, holding up his monkey hands. Glinda smiled and raised her hands. There was no flash, no loud sound, just a gentle glow, like the warmth of morning light. Woot felt a tingling in his fingers, then his tail. It faded away. When he looked down, he saw his feet again, human and bare on the soft earth. The Scarecrow Bear stretched, and with a rustle, his fluffy limbs became his familiar patchwork body once more. Then, Glinda turned to the Tin Owl. You, Nick Chopper, have always been a man of metal, she said kindly, but not an owl. With a shimmer, the Tin Owl's feathers reshaped, his wings folded into arms, and his body returned to the shining silver form of the Tin Woodman. He stood tall once more, his polished chestplate gleaming in the sun. I feel whole again, he said, placing a hand over the heart that ticked inside his chest. Captain Fighter stepped forward. And me? He asked gently. You were always yourself, Captain, Glinda said. Tin by body, strong by spirit. But if you wish a new path, I can help you begin it. Fighter looked at his hands, then smiled softly. No, thank you. I believe I'll walk forward just as I am. Glinda nodded. Then your future is yours to shape. She turned once more to the group. You've completed your journey, not by finding what you expected, but by becoming who you were meant to be. And so, I leave you now. But remember this, true magic lies in what you choose to do next. With that she shimmered, turned, and vanished into the golden light, leaving behind only the faintest scent of roses and the stillness of peace. The companions stood in quiet wonder. I can't believe I have feet again, Woot laughed, wiggling his toes. And I can't believe I'm stitched back together, said the Scarecrow, patting his patched chest, and not a speck of stuffing out of place. The Tin Woodman reached out a silver hand to Fighter. "Where will you go?" "I think I'll build that garden," Fighter replied. "Maybe even write a little book about all this." "We'll come visit," said Woot. "I'll bring the questions," added the Scarecrow. They laughed, and though the road had been long and strange, their laughter sounded just right, like it belonged. As the sun began to set, casting soft gold over the hills, they each began to walk their own paths. But they knew, deep in their newly restored hearts, that their stories would always be woven together. And as the first stars blinked into the sky, Oz felt a little brighter, a little braver, and a little more whole, because 5 unlikely friends had journeyed through it and discovered who they truly were. Chapter 17. Back Where They Belong. The next day dawned with golden light spilling over the hills, bathing the land in warmth and quiet joy. The companions rose early, knowing the time had come to part ways. Not in sadness, but in peace. They gathered at a crossroads where the forest met the wide fields of Oz, the very place where their adventure had begun to change them. The Tin Woodman stood tall and polished, the sun glinting off his chestplate. Beside him, Woot the Wanderer adjusted the strap on his small traveling pack. The Scarecrow, once again his patchwork self, gently tightened the knot on his neck scarf, while Captain Fighter leaned comfortably on a tree, already dreaming of the garden he would build. "This is it," said Woot, half smiling. "The fork in the road, and each path leads home," said the Tin Woodman. Captain Fighter stepped forward first. "I think I'll head east," he said. "There's a quiet valley I passed once, green and calm, perfect for planting things." "Will you be lonely?" Woot asked. Fighter shook his head. "Not if you visit now and then. Besides, I've had enough noise for a while. A garden grows best in stillness." The Tin Woodman stepped toward him and held out a hand. "You're no longer a rival to me, Fighter. You're a friend, and that's something even time can't rust." They shook hands, tin on tin, and nodded in mutual respect. Next, the Scarecrow turned to Woot. "Suppose I'll head toward the Emerald City," he said. "There's always something happening there. Banquets, parades, lost hats to return. And they'll be glad to have their Scarecrow back." "And you?" he asked Woot. "Where will you go?" Woot smiled. "I think I'll wander a bit more, but maybe not so fast this time. I've learned that there's something special about taking your time, seeing things, listening, asking better questions. I hope one of them is where you'll find your next adventure," said the Scarecrow, reaching out to ruffle Woot's hair. Then he turned to the Tin Woodman. "You're heading back to your castle?" "Yes," said Nick. "To the silver towers, the gardens of metal roses, and the winky people who waited patiently for me. I owe them my time, and I think, after all this, I may sit and write a little. I want to remember every part of this journey." Woot's eyes brightened. "Maybe I'll write something too. A book full of questions and answers from the road." "I'd read it," said the Scarecrow with a grin. Polychrome was gone now, carried back to the sky on her ribbon of rainbow light. But her laughter still seemed to echo faintly on the breeze, and each of them felt a little more colorful because of her. At last, the companions embraced gently, joyfully, with a sense that they would meet again, somewhere in some story yet to be written. As Woot walked west, the Tin Woodman north, the Scarecrow south, and Captain Fighter east, none of them looked back, not out of coldness, but because their hearts were no longer tied to what had been. They were focused now on what could be. And far above, the wind danced through the trees, carrying a silent song across Oz. A song of journeys ended, friendships deepened, and the quiet strength it takes to return home with your heart still shining. Chapter 18. A Tin Heart Still Beats. The Tin Woodman walked quietly along the silver-cobbled path that led through the winky country. The fields were green and golden, the wind soft as it brushed through the tall wheat. Every so often, a butterfly flitted past, or a bird called from the trees, as if welcoming him home. His polished tin body gleamed in the sunlight. His axe, slung over his shoulder, was no longer a tool of labor, but a symbol of who he had been and who he had become. Inside his chest, the ticking of his heart, a heart of velvet and sawdust, echoed softly. It didn't beat like others' hearts, but it carried the same feelings: gratitude, courage, memory, and hope. As he approached the tall, gleaming gates of his silver castle, the Winkies spotted him from afar. Cheers rose from the fields and people rushed to the gates, waving ribbons and holding up metal flowers that never wilted. "Welcome home, Your Majesty," they cried. The Tin Woodman raised a hand in greeting, his metal fingers catching the sunlight. His walk was steady, his voice clear. "I have returned," he said, "and I have stories to tell." Inside the castle, everything was just as he'd left it, polished and peaceful. The gears in the clock tower turned smoothly. The oil fountains burbled quietly in their silver bowls. The gardens, made of sculpted tin leaves and silken vines, shimmered in the breeze. But everything somehow felt brighter now, more real, because this time he had come home changed, not in body, but in heart. That evening, as the stars blinked gently to life above the castle, the Tin Woodman sat in the garden with a small book in his lap. It was bound in soft silver leather, and the pages were blank, waiting. He dipped his pen in ink and began to write. "Once I was a man of flesh and blood, then I became a man of tin, and now I am a man of both memory and hope. I have walked through forests, faced magic, seen old love, and found new purpose. I have learned that a heart, no matter what it's made of, can still love and forgive and grow." He paused, smiled, and looked up at the stars. He thought of Woot, out wandering somewhere beneath that same sky, perhaps meeting new friends and asking big questions. He thought of the Scarecrow in the Emerald City, telling silly jokes to children and pondering great ideas no one else could quite understand. He thought of Captain Fighter, planting his quiet garden, maybe writing verses no one would ever read, except the flowers. And he thought of Polychrome, dancing across rainbows, brushing the sky with color. The Tin Woodman touched the front of his chest where his heart ticked softly, faithfully. "I may not have Nimia May's love," he whispered, "but I have something just as precious. I have peace. I have friends. I have stories." The wind stirred the pages of his book. He continued to write, letting the quiet night hold him close. And in that stillness, under the silver light of the moon, the Tin Woodman smiled, not with a painted grin, but with something deeper, something true, because even a heart made of tin, if it has traveled far and loved well, can shine brighter than gold. And so, the story ends, but the heart still beats. The end. Thanks for spending this quiet time with me here at Sweet Dreams Storytelling. I hope you're feeling relaxed, peaceful, and ready for a restful sleep. As we say goodnight, let the calm background music guide you gently into dreamland. Before you go, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. And until next time, rest well.